at the same time, under the leadership of Secretary Crowfoot, you mostly should know there's a broader across kind of state effort. What does it look like to do restoration, more of it go to scale faster, and how do we look at our permitting knobs to get us there? And then I think many of you realize two budgets ago and one budget ago, we ended up getting some one-time funding to support this idea of cutting the green tape. So we're about mid-budget. So the state budget year doesn't do the calendar year, it does July 1 to end of June. We're about mid-budget in using that one-time funding we have for cutting the green tape. And we think we're doing really well. Of course, y'all might have a different view. Looking internally and rethinking our granting and our permitting to support restoration. Today's an example of that. And this is the first of 2 workshops. So we're going to have another one, I think, as soon as in about 2 weeks, which is going to be really looking at setting priorities for restoration and linking it up with our priorities on revising permitting. And all of this is connected to a kind of separate conversation we've been having with a lot of the salmon restoration conservation community. Is there a way to test drive this? Can we look at a certain geography of the state where if you really synergize your permitting and your granting, you put cutting the green tape with a particular focus, you can test and see if we can really move the needle. And if it works, then you've kind of got a roadmap to take that to other regions of the state, which isn't to say we don't care less about other regions, but rather is there a way to really test this integration of permitting improvements with restoration granting? So that's what led us to this idea of focusing in on the North Coast. We have a lot of active partners, tribal, conservation, government, local government, state agencies. We have a lot of history through our FRGP granting, and we think it might be a good laboratory to integrate species-specific grant, investment, permitting, reform. So the idea is, could we really flex Russian, Lagunitas, Mendocino Coast, South Fork eel as a laboratory for this integration? And it could bring together a lot of pieces. Y'all in the restoration community, other government, this small group we have called the Restoration Leaders Committee, which is advising us on all the administration around our granting to get more efficient. And it syncs up with Resources Agency and the cutting the green tape. I'm excited about the idea. I do think we should hold ourselves to some metrics to see if it's the right theory, but we should give it a try. And then that feeds right back into today, which is to try to explain this more broadly, get your feedback in how we might shape a solicitation, and then come out with that solicitation and give this a try. Matt, is that what you and Chad hoped I would do? If not, I'll kick it back to you. I know you're on a tight calendar.
Yeah, thank you, Chuck. That is, and I think you said it best by saying we're going to give it a try, and that's really what this is about, is pushing new efforts and being more bold in our approach and taking a leap on a lot of what we've been talking about over the past couple of years. So yeah, that's good, Chuck. And unless you want to say anything else, we'll kind of.
Well, I just hope I hope everyone on the call is as safe and as healthy as you and your family and friends can be. We can't let up right now. I mean, there is growing light at the end of this tunnel, as the governor says. When you appropriately get a chance to get a vaccine, get vaccinated, and let's beat this pandemic. So the next one of these conversations, we can have in person somewhere on the North Coast, and everyone can go have adult beverages afterwards and commiserate on how hard the last year has been.
You're here. Thank you, Chuck. Absolutely, and obviously we'd rather do these kind of meetings in person. a little less stress in front of a computer screen trying to keep this all juggling. But hopefully we're up and running now, and you can see the title slide of a presentation. So we kind of started jumping out of the gates with Chuck getting to say a few words, but I'll just kind of recap a little bit of housekeeping as we kind of move forward and look at what we're going to get into today. First and foremost, this meeting is being recorded because we want to make it available for folks who are interested in seeing. Maybe they weren't able to attend today or they have to drop off early. We will post a link on our website for folks who want to come back. We'll post a copy of this presentation as well. As I mentioned, we have a couple other folks who are going to join us and help us navigate through these different topics. And really, again, why we're here is to sort of understand what's leading up to the solicitation in terms of what we're doing with the North Coast Salmon Project, cutting the green tape, an overview of the solicitation, and then really getting into the heart of why we're here is that that discussion and input that we need from you. So we know folks have a lot of questions. There's a lot kind of in here in terms of moving pieces, and that feeling is felt by folks inside the department as well. So you're not alone there. So hopefully this today we'll clear that up. Chuck did refer to a permitting workshop that is complementary to today's presentation, and that is really going to focus on the permitting side in terms of all the different available options that are available for environmental permitting, some new initiatives that are moving forward. So we hope you can attend that as well. That is actually on Tuesday, March 2nd. There's a link to that on our website, and we'll send out a reminder email, but that's on this coming Tuesday, the 2nd. So that will be very worthwhile. Today is really to talk about the granting side. So before we dive in, John Nelson, it looks like you had your hand raised. Did you need something?
Yeah, Matt, I'm just getting some chat that it seems like people are trying to click on the link and are either on hold or still in the waiting room. I don't know if they're slowly getting in. It's hard to track that, but some people that were on hold are now getting in. So
okay. We didn't set up a waiting room. We set it up so folks should be able to directly access, and hopefully they're using the right link that was on the agenda posted online. I don't know if these are department folks or.
No, it's some of the people from outside other agencies or a partner. So
okay,
we'll just keep trying to track it, but it sounds like it happened to people and then people are ended up in. So
okay,
maybe there might just be a lag.
Hopefully that's the case, but thank you for adding to my stress.
I'm sorry, yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, we'll work it out. And again, that's why we're recording, so it can be available. But I do apologize in advance for any headaches we experience. Again, John Nelson is here. He is from our fisheries branch and is part of the department's North Coast Salmon Project. And John is going to kind of talk us through some background on that. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn it over to John. John, just yell at me when you're ready to go to the next slide.
All right. Yeah, let's go to the next slide. Hey, welcome everyone. So I'm going to just give a brief overview of the North Coast Salmon Project, kind of, how that started and how, as we go through the talk today, we're going to talk about kind of how the North Coast Salmon Project is helping guide this specific PSN. So the North Coast Salmon Project was developed in 2018 through the Sustainability Funding BCP, and it was an effort to focus on recovery of CESA-listed salmonids, and we are starting with coho. The development of the project is collaborative with direct involvement of the restoration community. We formed an advisory team. It was comprised of department managers as well as leaders from several partner non-governmental organizations, which include California Trout, Trout Unlimited, Salmonid Restoration Federation, the Nature Conservancy, and the California Resource Conservation Districts. So the primary goal of the project is to evaluate the effectiveness of past coho salmon recovery efforts identify actions to expedite and enhance coho salmon recovery on the North Coast, and provide recommendations on how all CDF programs work to support recovery. So that's really the basis. And if anybody was part of the initial meeting that we had, I believe in 2018 or early 2019, you can also just check our website. We have a North Coast Salmon page that gives you a little more background on the program, the inception of the program, and kind of the efforts of the program. Next slide. All right, so for the project, we had limited staffing and limited funding, even through the BCP. So we had to focus on areas of high importance for coho recovery, with significant restoration efforts on monitoring implemented over many years. And so we selected 4 areas that met these kind of criteria. One of them was in the Sonk, which primarily is the South Fork Eel River, but then also encompasses the lower Eel River. We did 5 Mendocino Coast streams, which include 10 Mile River, Noyo River, Pudding Creek, Navarro River, and Garcia, which are all CCC. We focused on 4 tributaries in the lower Russian River: Green Valley, Dutchbill, Mill, and Willow Creeks, and then also the Lagunitas Creek watershed. So we did an evaluation and analysis of programs, department programs involved in coho salmon recovery, which is concentrated on these areas. The development of priority recommendations for more effective, targeted restoration efforts is also underway in these areas, including the development of a process that we've been working on, referred to as the Salmonid Habitat Restoration Priorities process, also as SHARP, which many of you on the phone may be familiar if you've been involved in the South Fork Eel River SHARP process. These efforts are helping the department to work with the landowners, with the stakeholders, with the NGOs, to really get more focused, fine-scale recovery actions and needs within the watersheds. And we're hoping to take this SHARP type process and see if we can also do it in these other CCC tributaries or something like that. So we recognize that there are many other important areas for coho in California, but we had to start kind of small just because of our limited funding and staffing. So we started in areas that represent some of the strongholds in areas that have had a lot of effort put into coho restoration. It's currently a pilot that we're hoping will move into other areas in the future, should funding and opportunities exist. So this is kind of the beginning of that. Next slide. So one of the efforts of the North Coast Salmon Project was to put together or do a comprehensive review and analysis of restoration projects that have been implemented in those focused areas that I just talked about. We are currently finalizing the report, and we hope it will be publicly available in the next few months. But some of the take-homes from that analysis included the number and the types of projects that had been funded in those areas, and determining how the funding was aligned with recommendations in the 2004 coho recovery strategy, as well as things that are outlined in the Priority Action Coho Team document, which we refer to as PACT. One of the conclusions of the report was that the scale of restoration throughout a large geographic area may limit the effectiveness of restoration in terms of population level impacts on coho salmon. And another conclusion was that the large breadth of choices for priority tasks across state and federal recovery plans may not focus restoration projects on the highest priority restoration needs. I would like to note that there are additional conclusions in the report. However, these 2 conclusions were the most pertinent to helping develop this PSN. If you would like to know more specifically about this report, when we put it out, we're going to be giving a presentation on the North Coast Salmon Project at the upcoming SFRF workshop in April. So some potential solutions are to utilize a targeted approach in restoration. So one, we recommend maybe focusing on areas that have the highest probability of recovering successive habitat restoration efforts to higher resolution and restoration planning. Two, we can utilize high priority actions identified through PACT and SHARP and the state strategy where available. And three, try to implement watershed scale approach to restoration. So that's kind of the focus of our program and kind of how we've taken the North Coast Salmon Project's goals and objectives and applied them to helping develop this PSN. Next slide, Matt. So that's our quick overview of just the North Coast Salmon Project. And Matt, I guess I'll give it back to you and
thanks,
take any
John.
questions. Yeah,
that's great. Thank you. So at this point, before we move on to cutting the green tape, we thought we'd pause and see if folks have any questions on this part. And I just switched off. You should be able to unmute yourselves. If you want to ask a question, you can use the chat feature as well. We'll be monitoring that, or you can unmute yourself and ask a question. Hopefully that's working. And again, we'll do this after the end and open it up for questions as well. But I'm not seeing or hearing anything. And hopefully people are in fact able to unmute themselves if they need to. Somebody wants to give it a shot, test it out. Otherwise, we'll move on.
Well, I'll test it out just to see if it works. This is Matt over at TU, but I have nothing to say, but except that the microphone works. Thanks.
Thanks, Matt. I appreciate it. Okay, we'll move on. I'm going to put everyone back on mute just to cut down on the cross noise. Okay, moving on. Thanks, John. So we're going to turn things over to cutting the green tape, and this is the next segment, obviously, that complements this solicitation we're working towards talking about today. And I'm going to talk a little bit about sort of the background leading up to what we're specifically looking at this year. Cutting the Green Tape is a name, was branded by the Resources Agency and Secretary Crowfoot's kickoff of Cutting the Green Tape in late 2019. These themes are not exactly new, but the approach to focusing on these solutions and making commitments has really gelled, I think, under Secretary Crowfoot and Director Bonham's leadership. They've really pushed the envelope forward for us to really take this seriously and develop specific recommendations. And I will quote Chuck's 2019 paper that he put together, sort of outlining the department's commitment to cutting the green tape, which I think sort of frames the objective well. The pace and scale of restoration is not meeting the increasing effects of climate change, wildfire, drought, flooding, escalating human-wildlife conflict, and ultimately species extinction. That's a lot, but it sort of gets to the root of this disconnect between the issues we're trying to solve and the solutions that are available, and how we try and shorten that distance. So that sort of, is where Cutting the Green Tape started. But to step back, prior to 2019 and prior to that kickoff series that happened with the Secretary and the Director, a series of different discussions really prompted Chuck to pull this cross section of the restoration community into one room for an afternoon. There had been a lot of meetings, a lot of different conversations, and the idea was, let's get everyone in the room and talk through these collective issues. And that included department leadership representing our grants branch, our permitting branch, fisheries folks, our admin division, executive leadership, to sit in the room and really hear this message at the same time. The director asked this group to continue this effort of discussions and working through, and that really bore out a couple different topics, some different themes of these different issues that we're all facing with restoration granting and as administrative issues, what we do with budgets and amendments and things like that. The bigger picture of prioritization. What are the department's priorities? How are we prioritizing these grant programs? And then looking at engineering and permitting type issues that come up. Those two were bundled together. And so those were sort of the three topics that floated to the top. Over the next year, the department continued to engage with this group of restoration professionals, and notably this stakeholder group of external folks put together a list of 18 recommendations representing these three different themes with extensive rationale and very specific recommendations to the department about what we could do to improve our process, to improve restoration itself. And these were high watermarks in terms of really laying down a challenge of this is where we think we need to be for these efforts to be efficient and expedient. So it was clear we had our work cut out for us. And that group became known as the Restoration Leaders Committee, the RLC, as we still refer to them. We still meet with this group. And it had been kind of off and on over the past couple of years. The Cutting the Green Tape initiative started and became sort of a parallel effort. And then, we've continued to engage them this year through Cutting the Green Tape. And I'd like to think we've made a lot of headway with this group and the recommendations, but we're still looking for opportunities to really take a big leap forward and try and implement something that really kind of moves the needle. And a big opportunity came about this year with the Cutting the Green Tape effort that Chad Dibble is going to talk a little bit about, specifically what we're doing with this one-time funding that Chuck referred to. So Chad, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for being here. I get the good part, I think, where I get to talk about all the cool things we're doing and we've been doing over the last couple of months. As Chuck mentioned, we're halfway through this fiscal year and really making some great strides. And so, as mentioned, in its simplest form, Cutting the Green Tape is the department's contribution to upping the scale and pace and scale of restoration in California. Last July, the department was provided some funding to, in a way, double down on our efforts in the North Coast that we mentioned with the North Coast Salmon Project. We knew we wanted to continue these efforts as well as take on new initiatives that begin to address some of the stakeholder comments that we've received around the Restoration Leaders Committee, as well as the efforts that were being taken on by Secretary Crowfoot and others at the Landscape Stewardship Network, et cetera. So with the one-time funding, we've been able to redirect 19 staff in the department. And those 19 staff are working on 10 separate strike teams. And these strike teams are largely focused on granting and permitting, as you can imagine. But the cool part is that it's comprised of staff from legal, engineering, fisheries, granting, permitting. We've really been able to bring both a mix of staff from different professions in the department, but also different levels. Staff from our administrative side all the way up to our exec team, and me, importantly, following up and continuing on this effort. So we really have this new renewed sense of mixed staff and exposure and timing and things going on for us to work together and really try to tackle some of these issues we've been discussing. More specifically, we've got staff in these work teams working on implementing efficiencies and improvements to our grant programs, again, in coordination with the Restoration Leaders Committee. We're developing tools to accelerate grant projects. We're developing a 5-year report for our Prop 1, since we're halfway or a little bit more through this Prop 1's funding. We're coordinating with the North Coast Salmon Project, and of course the impetus of today, which is to develop a PSN. So we've got a group that's specifically working on this task that we're all here today to talk about. On the permitting side of things, very similar. We're going to get into much more detail of this on Tuesday, but we've got strike teams that are specifically working on restoration permitting efficiencies, CEQA, HREA, collaborating with Sustainable Conservation and the Water Board on their EIR and their general order for large habitat restoration projects. And of course, last but not least, we're doing a lot of things in the landscape conservation planning world where we really had a concerted effort to push through and approve NCCPs and get RCISs on the street and approved, and really working on some of those things where we hadn't had as much progress as we'd like to see. We've been able to use these one-time funds and redirected efforts to put a push in these areas and see how far we can go and take some of these pilot discussion pieces and examples. And so if you haven't seen it, we did put out a January update, which is about halfway through the fiscal year, and it really lays out all the details in much more detail than we're going to cover today on some of the things we've been doing. And so if you haven't seen that, maybe we'll post that in the chat. It is available on the Resources Agency's website as far as their cutting the green tape efforts. There's a link in there. But again, maybe we can post that today at some point in the chat for all of you if you haven't seen it. It's a really good document for you to look at and see where we've been and a little bit about where we're going. Next slide, Matt. So the slide in front of you is in that document, and it really, it depicts the approach that we've committed to in cutting green tape. It lays out these three subcategories of collaboration and communication, proposal solicitation, granting and permitting assessment, etc. And these boxes in the middle there are really where the work is being done with these strike teams. Today's focus is in the middle box, right? We're going to talk about the PSN and what's happening, although those strike teams are really in and around all of these boxes. But it's really important for us to mention today the relationship that all of these efforts have with each other. And our success is largely contingent upon the small successes that are happening within these strike teams and within these boxes. We have to refine our priorities through this collaborative process. We're increasing our communication with our stakeholders and restoration leaders and things going on. We're bringing in these new tools, these new efficiencies and grants and permitting, and looking at our existing processes to really make this success on the whole. We need all of these components and these things to happen, and that's where the bulk of this is happening. So it's through this general approach of working through these teams and moving forward that we hope to conduct a focused PSN in the North Coast later this summer. And then we'll begin to move down towards that green box at the end where we'll roll out a PSN and then bring in these new tools and efficiencies that we're developing and start to really see, hopefully, increased restoration. That's the goal. That's what we're working towards. And that's generally what we're here today on this workshop as part of that, is to continue these efforts moving forward. So maybe move us to the next slide, Matt. So that obviously leads us to, where are we going, right? What's happening? How does this happen? And while the funding we have will expire in June, as of right now, hint, hint, if anybody has some power to push forward for continued funding in the department and talking with the legislature and others, but we know that many of these efficiencies and tools we're developing will be long lasting, right? Meaning they're going to be able to continue these, and we'll be able to continue these and begin to apply them outside of just the small focus area that we're targeting right now. We know that. We're looking forward to that. And we're hopeful that we'll have more than we're anticipating now. As an example, we hope to improve our amendment and processing times by about 40%. And that's a big deal, right? And we've already taken many steps. Some of you are aware of them, to move us into that direction with consolidation and how we're working through things happening. Budget flexibility, we're trying to allow more adaptability in our budgets, and a lot of the administrative side that maybe you all don't see publicly, but it's things we're doing internally that we're really trying to streamline and clean up so that we can continue to get grants, not only from start to finish, but really get them done and get them on the ground and get projects done. So we're hoping that that moves forward. And then as you'll hear on Tuesday about the long-term aspects of our permitting. We've got a lot of things going on there that are pilots that we know will be applicable larger and outside just this focused area we're in now, and we're exploring options to get there. But there'll be a whole lot of detail about programmatic, long-term things, working with the board, CEQA, et cetera, that really take more time than just a year to get done. So we know there'll be some benefits coming out of our efforts that will carry on out into the future, and we'll be able to implement those across the department in all of our restoration efforts. So our goal right now, as we mentioned, is to get a solicitation out this summer that then not only applies these things in the short term, right, but identifies the pathways for us to continue these efforts throughout all the restoration efforts moving forward. And I think that's all I wanted to cover for today. So again, I appreciate everybody being here. I'm going to hang on for the whole meeting today to help answer questions and walk through some of these things. But if there's no questions here, Matt, I'd say we jump into the PSN piece and keep moving.
That sounds good. Thanks, Chad. I appreciate it. Yeah.
This is Corey. We have a question on the chat board here.
Go ahead.
It's a general question about the availability of private sector funding and how they could possibly fit in within the solicitation. So their question is: there grant funding available for private sector investors in relation to, I guess, this solicitation?
Grant funding available for private sector investors. There's maybe a couple questions I'm seeing there, but so generally with our grant funding that we have available, it is specifically geared towards eligibility of non-government organizations, including nonprofits, but also state, local, county agencies, resource conservation districts. So we cannot award funds directly to a private entity, a for-profit. They can certainly participate in grant projects as a partner, as a subcontractor, but a nonprofit or local government or Indian tribe would need to be the grantee. But I'm not sure if that's what they were getting at, or if maybe it was about sort of supplementing availability of private sector funding. And a lot of our projects are comprised of sort of a mosaic of funding, including a grant from CDFW and maybe another state agency and maybe some private funding. So maybe that's what they were getting at. But I'd maybe like to hear more about that question. So let's hang on to that one. Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and dive into sort of the why we're here today. To talk about this planned summer 2021 grant solicitation, which ties together what we've talked about so far today. We've talked about the North Coast Salmon Project, this existing and ongoing effort. We've talked about the Cutting the Green Tape effort, including specific activities being funded through the department's one-time funding this year that Chad covered. Part of that one-time effort for this year included as a component to do a focused grant solicitation. And this is an effort or an opportunity for us to pilot some new efficiencies, to do something a little differently than we've done in the past. So to do that, the department was successful in securing an additional $15 million in Prop 1 funding this year, in addition to our typical annual allocation, which supports our statewide and Delta-specific Prop 1 grant program, which just closed. So that's statewide, a number of different priorities, in the Delta as well. This is taking a subset of that money and focusing on the North Coast. So that's what we're doing. It's a focused priority that's going to leverage the North Coast Salmon Project and allow us to pilot some new efficiencies and improvements in terms of how we do it. And part of this concept included from the onset that we would work with you all. And that's really why we're here today, is to present an idea, to present a concept of our approach, and to not go too far before stopping and saying to you all, does this make sense? Does this work? Is this reasonable? Does this help make some of those changes we've been talking about? So we want to make sure that we engage our restoration community in this effort as we develop it, as we finalize it. So we're going to have today, we're going to have the permitting workshop. I think there might need to be opportunities for sort of a follow-up discussion around this, but we really wanted to simply kind of broach and really sort of work through what we're talking about. So, framed within Prop 1, the structure of the solicitation will be similar in terms of a lot of what you see in Prop 1 that's tied to the statute itself in terms of, what we can fund within that framework. We're looking at planning, restoration, acquisition projects, typical eligibility that you would see under the purview of Prop 1 and kind of the types of projects that we're able to fund. So we can't totally throw out what Prop 1 itself says, but within that, we can find ways to focus and to, at the department level, control a lot of how we do it and to create some focus and to, again, kind of create some efficiencies. So typically, historically, in previous Prop 1 solicitations, we've cast a pretty wide net. It covers the entire state, multiple ecosystems, from headwaters to the coast, the delta. The Summer 21 PSN, again, is going to focus on 4 specific watersheds aligned with the North Coast Salmon Project. And we're pulling out a singular priority from our existing Prop 1 solicitations and sort of repurposing it in a way that focuses on this sort of focused effort. So that's what you see here. And again, this is our idea. This is what we came up with. This is what we see as a priority that sort of sums up this focused effort. But this is an example of something that warrants input and feedback. We want to talk about this, but this is our idea. To complement this and to sort of bring in the nexus of the North Coast Salmon Project, we have a list of recovery strategies. And as you'll see, it's watershed specific. And John, you might need to kind of jump in here and corral me, but the idea is there's a series of efforts through the North Coast Salmon Project across these different watersheds. And each watershed is at sort of a different status and level in terms of what we have available. But the idea is we can help provide guidance for these different projects in different watersheds. So for the eel watershed, you'll see that we have, available SHARP document, the CDFW recovery strategy for Mendocino, PAC document, and then other watersheds, opening it up a little bit. But the idea is to really use what we have to kind of help sort of guide these projects. And I'll kind of stop there and let John or Chad sort of fact check me on some of that and see if there's anything else that I'm missing there.
Yeah, hey Matt, this is John. I'll just give a little more background on, on the Eel River watershed. The SHARP document that we've created isn't final yet. The expectation is it's working through final review through our leadership of both NIMS and the department currently, and we are moving forward to hopefully have that document approved and out at least a few months before the PSN. So we're shooting for hopefully by May or potentially earlier. But we'll pivot if it turns out that report gets held up and people aren't able to review it publicly and see all the things. But again, SHARP is an effort that we did working with very fine scale evaluation across the South Fork Eel River, working with landowners, stakeholders, partners, everybody to really identify what the priority restoration needs are, at a landscape scale. And so that's really important, and that's kind of the processes we're moving forward. So when that document's out there, obviously that is the most current evaluation of the highest priority recommendations specific to the South Fork Eel River. There's another document for the management plan for the lower Eel River watershed that might be available. And as far as the CCC watershed, ESU, PACT is something that we've worked on for many years that we've just put out. And PAC was an effort between also NIMS and the department, which really focused on looking at the state strategy and the federal strategy, recovery strategies, and pulled out kind of the highest priorities. And so we're hoping that people will look to PACT and look at the recommendations that are in PACT for those specific watersheds and really focus in on those as well. And again, there are other resources that are available, but we're really trying to point people to our most recent evaluations of priorities because they can change over time. And we feel like the PAC document really encompasses that. And then also, if we can get it out, the SHARP document for the South Fork eel will have similar recommendations.
Thanks, John. Thank you. And sorry to put you on the spot, but that's what I was looking for. And, you know, I think the message there is there's a little fluidity and we're being dynamic with this. And as we navigate, know that we're willing to kind of move and adjust with it. And part of what we're considering is how much of this we really try and package within a solicitation document itself, which is then sort of like the static thing, versus sort of acknowledging sort of the evolving nature of a lot of this and create a scenario where we can sort of adapt as the proposals and the projects adapt. But that's what we're looking at there. Chad mentioned, you know, the permitting piece, and that's a big part of cutting the green tape, is this idea of having more of a left-hand, right-hand approach with permitting and granting. And those two functions, the grant programs and the permitting programs within the department, are organizationally and inherently different functions. They're separate. And an artifact of how the department and the programs are structured, supported, and funded, this hasn't always allowed us to sort of expedite these restoration projects in a way that we would all like to see. So through the support of cutting the green tape, we're piloting an effort to innovate our approach to permitting and permitting itself, and try and support new grant projects directly with you know, possibly sort of a strike team approach to permitting and granting, to where you're not left on your own to figure out the permitting side as a grantee. So that's kind of the idea there. And then, you know, again, sort of back to cutting the green tape and really what that means across a lot of different components of this process. And a lot of it is the process itself. It's the administrative function. It's how we set up an application and the online system, and how that flows into the review, into the grant agreement development process. And I'll acknowledge that it's not simple, and we've been compared to other agencies that maybe have a more scaled down sort of version, and can we somehow simplify and make more efficient this process? And so that's what we're looking at. And again, we don't want to commit or work within a bubble and say, this is what we think will improve the process. We've, again, through the RLC over the years and through other forums, we've heard a lot of feedback and a lot of good ideas, and engaged other grantors about how they do it. And we're open to trying to do something truly different and truly bold this year. But we want to make sure that whatever we do and how it's implemented truly makes a difference, and isn't simply different for the sake of being different. So, for example, looking at the idea of doing a concept phase approach, where you might present sort of an abbreviated overview of your project, and then we go to the next stage. Part of that offset is the overall time it takes to do all of this, and we're trying to kind of fit that in and really weigh our different options. And that's something that we're working through, and we want to work with you on. We will pilot new improvements through this summer solicitation. We're ready to take bold steps. We're open to different improvements that allow us to keep one of our feet, you know, firmly rooted within our requirements of how we administer programs as a state agency, and staying true to what Prop 1 says, but within the department's purview of how we sort of do some of our things that are born out of, just learned over the years or department level policies, we're totally open to mixing it up and doing something that is different and hopefully better. So that's a big part of what we need to and want to work through with you in that process. And that sort of takes us back to kind of the initial concept of cutting the green tape is working directly with our partners to do this and not coming up with something and then sort of presenting it to you. So that's that part. And that's really it. Those are the three big pieces. And I know we've covered a lot this morning, along with the technical issues, which I apologize for. Again, this is being recorded. We'll make copies of the presentation available, but we did cover a lot of territory. And we want to get into the discussion part, and we want to make this meaningful and useful for you all, and hopefully inform our process going forward. So, we've laid out some broad strokes in terms of our concepts, our ideas, and now we're ready to talk to you all. So I'm going to work through my system here and make sure people are able to unmute. What you see up on the screen there, hopefully, are questions that we have for you to kind of think about is maybe conversation starters. And for folks on the phone, what I would ask you at this point is, what are your initial thoughts on this prioritization and the recovery strategies, what John Nelson and I talked about? Do you have specific suggestions for the application process? Bear in mind that Tuesday, we're really going to dig into permitting. So I want to make sure we really kind of focus on grant topics today and that prioritization piece. And then other topics that aren't there certainly are fair game. So think about that, and I'm going to focus on the unmuting. And it looks like, go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, Matt, we have a few questions on the chat board here while you're doing that. The first one is basically, I think it's about project types. It asks, will the solicitation consider funding focused fisheries research and or monitoring that would fill important data gaps and provide information critical to restoration planning and prioritization, including in-stream flow criteria / management?
You're starting with a big one. Let me see if I can scroll up and catch up there. And some of this, we're going to answer what we can today, but the goal also is to sort of gather comments. Some of these questions, if they're particularly dense or go beyond sort of our purview, some of this we're going to have to kind of take and go chew on and look into. I'm hoping there's some ideas in here that we can do that with, but we'll answer what we can. But again, we're going to take in everything today and gather it and organize it, and probably need to spend some time with it. Chad, do you have anything?
I just wanted to say, in particular to the question, I think if I'm reading it from Jay, these are great comments, right? And as Matt mentioned, in some respects, we have to stay true to the bond, or in this case, the bond funding. And the bond funding requires and lays out what we can and can't fund to a large extent. While it's true we're trying to press the envelope and really look at, where we can move within those arenas, in many cases, the research monitoring pieces aren't necessarily tied to some of the bond funding allowances. And so where we are able to do that, we are trying, right? For example, in Prop 1, there's a large piece of scientific studies, if you will, in the Delta. And we fund a lot of projects that do that look at things. We're constantly aware of the fact that we've got monitoring problems, for lack of a better term, in that we do a lot of grant projects and we fund a lot of grant projects, but we don't have the ability to fund a lot of projects to go see how those grants did they work. The funding goes away and the monitoring component ends. And that is a huge issue for us, for all of us. We hope that we can find those gray areas for us to try and fund those. So I think it's a very valid point and thing for us to go back and look at and continue to, dig around in ways that we can try to fund more long-term monitoring efforts, more efforts that focus on that. I think what Jonathan mentioned in the North Coast, while it's not necessarily monitoring, it is an approach for us to assess and evaluate how we're doing, right? So it's not necessarily boots on the ground monitoring, but it's a little bit of an attempt for us to parse that out in certain ways of looking at success and are we actually seeing things happen. So it's probably not the best answer, but it's a very valid comment and question for us that, trust me, we continue to discuss internally on how do we do this. And the biggest thing I could see, for the state is figuring out a way for us to actually fund these types of things or get creative with the existing monitoring programs. And I think as we learn through our approaches with improving restoration and really taking a holistic view in pilot watersheds or pilot areas, we may be able to do that by more so utilizing the existing monitoring programs that are already out there. And so learning how we can tie monitoring with our restoration, with what's happening with our partners, right? Federal and state, local, et cetera, citizen monitoring and all of the above. I think that's how we have to collectively get there until there's a point in time where we have dedicated funding that says this money is specifically going to be allocated to go do this. At the moment, we don't have a lot of funding pots that allow that, that we're really clear on, and we can award, projects to do it. So I appreciate the comment. I hope that answers it enough, but that's kind of where we are. It's definitely something we as a department are very interested in, right? We would love to be funded at the capacity to be able to do that, to just basically follow up with all of these projects on specific watersheds and really do that. But absent that, I think it's a creative mix that we've got to work through to figure out how to get at that better than we do now.
Absolutely, definitely. Yeah, and I would, just kind of say to that as well, and that's an inherent struggle we have is that funding for standalone monitoring. That's not to say that monitoring or research or outreach, which we've identified, can't be a part of a restoration project. Currently, that can't be a standalone project within Prop 1, but it can certainly be a component of a larger restoration project, which I know is not truly what you're getting at, but just to kind of throw that out there.
But I think it marks, Matt, how we need to get creative, and that's where I think we need to work with you all to figure that out. How do you read the language? Help us understand how we might be able to get in that gray area where it is a restoration project, but it's got maybe more components of monitoring than restoration, and it sits within the guidelines of the bond funds. We have Prop 68 dollars that are kind of on the shelf to come out here shortly. On top of Prop 1 as Prop 1 starts to phase out and we're running out of money in that pot. So there's lots of things, I think, area for us to get creative, but it will take that absent some direct funding source that allows us to do it.
Yeah, great. Okay. So Corey, I'm looking at the questions too, so I think I can kind of follow along here. And the next two are related to sort of what we've talked about in permitting and how are we going to streamline permitting, and is that going to result in less costly and less complicated permitting? And will grants extend to long-term monitoring permit condition per permit conditions? So are we going to accommodate the conditions of a permit through extended grants? And then the next question, and I'll tie these two together, is streamlined permitting a goal of the solicitation or incidental to the restoration actions prioritized in SHARP and PACT, to say, would a fully permitted implementation project be less competitive? So to answer that question, Gaby, about, is a already permitted project going to be less competitive? No, I don't think so. The ultimate goal is to really move the needle in these 4 watersheds and do what we can to put some muscle behind existing efforts and move the ball forward. We're looking at this as an opportunity to implement some of these cutting the green tape efficiencies, but we're not looking to put people in this specific box and only participate in what we sort of teed up. It should be seen as sort of an added feature for projects that truly need that. And, you know, Chad, I'll let you kind of jump in here. And I think, you know, this idea of, you know, streamlined permitting and what we can truly do there versus trying to sort of expedite the existing process and ensure that these grant projects have direct attention to move through that process.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, and we're going to cover that heavily on Tuesday. And I hope you're all as excited about it as we are. It's going to take a lot of work, and we are considering all factors: timelines, cost, looking at low cost alternatives. What permitting options does the department have currently? How can we again flex on some of the things that we have that aren't as traditional as we've followed by code and worked through? It's all part of that. That is absolutely where we're trying to go. There's not one thing that's contingent on the other as far as, you know, somebody being more competitive than another. But the goal is absolutely trying to streamline, as Matt mentioned earlier, not change just for the sake of change, but change for the sake of good, right? And trying to increase the ability for projects to get to that shovel-ready implementation role. We want to help us get through the granting, the design, the permits, and actually get to funding projects that are going to dig dirt and turn things over and make restoration. That is our goal here with all of the things that we're trying to do. And we know there's a partnership, right? We're not doing this restoration. We're funding you all to do it. And we're trying to figure out all the things on our end that get to that same end result. And so I hope you'll hang on and be a participant in Tuesday's conversation, because there's a lot there that's going on that directly tries to address those questions for sure.
For sure. The next question from Travis Hemen is about habitat banking, which may or not apply to what we're talking about today, but it, you know, to kind of summarize, the habitat banking program is one of the only tools for private sector to bring forward restoration. Limited CDFW capacity is adding to delays with staff unable to meet legislative timelines. How do we resolve this?
Yeah, I'll take that one.
Yeah, go ahead, Chad.
This is our shop. And again, I think you hit it first, right? This limited staff and ability of the department. We are really pressing hard on the banking program and trying to stay coordinated with our regional folks and through our Habitat Conservation Planning branch and our bank coordinators. We recognize this is a tough arena for us. There's not funding in this program for us that's of any significance that allows us to just hit it with a heavy staff load and knock down any backlogs or things we have. The banking process is those of you that are involved is pretty dynamic. There's a lot of parties involved in the banking process through our counterparts, federal parties, et cetera. And those do create delays. And I think everybody involved there is trying their best to think through solutions there as well. It's not necessarily in that arena tied directly to cutting the green tape, but it is on our mind in the department, and that the branch chief, Jeff Drongson, over Habitat Conservation Planning Branch, and I are constantly thinking about ways to increase support for the banking program, finding additional dollars and staffing resources to help bring that up. We recognize some of the concerns that you have and the great contributions that banking does bring to conservation. So just know that it's constantly on our mind to try and resolve, because we hear you. With that, and with Jeff kind of new at the helm for us in the branch chief role, we have been working with our staff to really think through that. There's several of our folks on the phone today that are part of that program and are definitely hearing this comment loud and clear. And I know they let me know all the time that they'd like more resources for us to tackle these things and deal with it in our regions and in the branch. So I appreciate the comment, and we will definitely keep it on our radar for future work and continued conversation and collaboration with all the parties involved.
For sure. Next question, Marisa Parrish. The North Coast Salmon Project includes entire basins, such as the entire South Fork Eel River. However, Sharp has more focused priorities. Will all tributaries within the North Coast Salmon Project basins be considered for the Cutting the Green Tape funding solicitation? And my understanding is those watersheds and those tributaries within the North Coast Salmon Project are eligible. And I think that is sort of a distinction of, John, I'll let you jump in here.
Yeah, no, thanks for that question. And yeah, so currently, yeah, we've just outlined kind of full watersheds, and the expectation is that at least for the Mendocino Coast, Lagunitas, and the South Fork Eel River, that all tributaries within those watershed boundaries will be eligible. There will be some modifications to the South Fork Eel River specific to coho waters. It won't encompass the whole huck that was shown on the map, and we will be getting more detailed maps for the PSN on the Russian River tributaries and the lower Russian and what areas within the lower Russian main stem are available. But to get more to your question, I know Sharp has focused on specific watersheds and areas, and while we want that, if there are other areas outside that have, priority recommendations, we definitely encourage people to look to those as well.
Yeah, and maybe what you're getting at with that question too is, are we going to prioritize projects that have that added level of detail through Sharp over ones that don't? And we're not going to sort of unfairly do that to a proposal. We're looking for all eligible proposals within these watersheds, so we're going to treat those equally.
Yeah, Matt, and I guess I would just confirm that while we are encouraging, to go to those documents, we
Right.
understand that, there's a lot of information and documents, and we'll evaluate everything on the same scale. There will be no priority point system or anything that ranks one project over the other based on what document they used.
Right, and this is about trying to provide resources and guidance to help, as opposed to sort of restrict and put projects within a specific box. So next question from Leanne Ware is about, again, this struggle with long-term permitting requirements born out of permits, and how do we tackle that? And that's going to be something we have to kind of work through. And you mentioned talking about that on Tuesday, but I think an inherent sort of struggle we have in the grant world is the timeline that we have for these projects. There is a finite window that you have to expend these grant funds. They will revert at a certain point. We've made headway in being able to sort of adjust and keep projects alive that we're hitting for that reversion cliff. But the other thing we kind of have to consider in terms of the reality of how long a project we can support and have staff here who will be here to manage those projects, and keeping sort of a window on the overall project timeline. But I think that is still a worthwhile topic to consider as we look at, in terms of funding a restoration project that includes this sort of follow-on period for monitoring. And I think probably what we need to kind of work through is some scenarios of looking at what those periods look like, and looking at some of those constraints, and trying to figure out how to tee these projects up in a way that maybe help, and seeing what we can do on our end to sort of adjust a time frame that can accommodate that, given sort of those inherent constraints. The next question is, would you consider block grants? And block grants would be those where we take a chunk of money and allocate it or award it to a singular entity who and then would distribute sort of sub-grants within a region or an area. And we've talked a lot about block grants and we've looked at that as an option, and that authority really exists within the funding statute itself. So when you see block grants, it's typically because, and you see a lot of these at the federal level, where as they develop that funding, it's really baked into that statute as a process that's a directive. So Prop 1 was not set up that way. We don't have grant programs that even allow us to make that sort of award, let alone sort of direct us to do that. I do think there's value in that model, but it's one of those things that kind of has to be sort of built into the funding mechanism at the onset. Next question from Lauren Sullivan. Is it possible for private landowners working with USDA and NRCS to apply for funding for stream restoration under this grant program? So it's certainly possible for private landowners to get involved. The applicant for any of our grant programs will need to be a nonprofit, a government entity, or an Indian tribe. So that's the eligibility constraints that are tied to Prop 1 and with the department ourselves. And the next question is about kind of, I think, will these pilot project initiatives be carried forward? And that's the idea. Obviously, a lot of what we're talking about and what Chad kind of covered is we have this 1-year funding that allows us to sort of kind of color outside the lines in terms of what we're doing with granting and permitting and directing staff to go do something. But I do think there will be a subset of what we're dealing with here in terms of trying out new processes, being able to change policies and do a proof of concept of trying to administer these grants a little differently and carrying forward some new lessons learned and develop some new practices for how we administer these grant programs. So that's the hope for me, is that we can apply some of these lessons to future rounds and try and make this easier instead of just trying out some cutting the green tape and ignoring some of those good lessons. Next question about the applications. Can you confirm whether or not subcontractors are held to indirect cost reporting requirements that the applicant is? Is it acceptable for subcontractors of applications to report aggregated numbers? So this is sort of about the relationship of the subcontractors who work on these grant projects and the department's interaction with the grantees. And this is sort of an area that is really, to us, more about that relationship between the grantee and their subcontractors. We have requirements for how we reimburse funding and the level of information that's required to substantiate an invoice and ensure our ability to tell auditors and anyone else that yes, the work was done in accordance with what was laid out in the grant agreement. With subcontractors, that's really between the grantee and those folks, and you ultimately need to be able to substantiate costs incurred and show that the work was done in accordance with the budget and the scope. If you can do that in a way that provides that assurance, those subcontractors are not held to a lot of the policies and guidance that we have for grantees in terms of those indirect rates, whether or not they're how they charge and bill their time. That's really for you to manage. But again, you have to be able to ultimately defend that in an audit. So I hope that answers your question. See, next question from Chris Jaster. Organizations like Circuit Rider CS, a Southern California nonprofit, often work with private sector entities to get restoration projects done throughout our community. If you have anything specific in mind, please reach out. Thank you. Definitely make sure you're on our email newsletter list, and definitely feel free to follow up with me after this meeting if you have specific ideas you want to talk about that we're not able to get to today, or if you're just simply not comfortable talking in this forum, we can certainly have a follow-up conversation for sure. The next one is kind of going back to the North Coast Salmon Project, Jonathan. There seems to be an inconsistency between the North Coast Salmon Project priority watersheds and the shark priority watersheds and the PACT report, e.g. Big River watershed. This creates an unclear message for me about what watersheds are priorities for restoration. Can you explain a little bit more about this selection process?
Yeah, if we just go back a little bit, so when we originally started the North Coast Salmon Project, the only sharp effort that was out there was for the South Fork Eel River. There were no real other initiatives that were happening, except for at a very first step planning scale. So when our staff engaged, and we picked the original 5 watersheds for the Mendocino coast, Big River was not part of those original selections. And as we went through a sharp process and we're working with our counterparts, I know that Big River ended up prioritizing over which watersheds across the landscape would be sharp, would benefit from a sharp process. So I just want to be clear that we are focusing on what the North Coast Salmon Project has started, and not necessarily the expansion of sharp initiatives, even though some of our North Coast Salmon Project staff will be engaged in those things. So to keep it simple is not the right word, but to start where we started with the North Coast Salmon Project, we felt that we needed to start with what we've already identified, and that we needed to be careful not to start adding one here or one there, because if we start adding across the landscape, we move away from the intent, which was to try to focus on areas that our NGO partners worked with us on, to highlight where we felt like the most restoration potential was. And it doesn't mean that Big Creek doesn't have potential restoration needs or priorities. It's just for that we didn't include that at this time. But it doesn't mean that future PSNs, or as the North Coast Salmon Project potentially gets more staff or funding, that we can expand those in the future.
Thanks, John. The next question from Catherine Jones. Hi, Catherine. Would you consider a 2-tier application process, a letter of intent followed by a full application? The CDFW Prop 1 application has become quite the beast over time, and smaller nonprofit applicants would really benefit from knowing whether the project is truly competitive before putting a full implementation project together. Well said, Catherine, and I acknowledge that it has become an unwieldy beast, and it's time to really think about what do we need at the application process versus what can be deferred until the award stage or the grant agreement stage. We ask for a lot of information. We're scientists. We want to do the best job possible to put our arms around the entire project and really make sense of it all. And I think that leads to kind of what you're referring to, and there's a better way in there somewhere. So we're considering a lot of different things. We're considering what other folks have done, and we get told about a lot is that concept phase or pre-application process or consultation phase, whatever you want to call it. There's a number of different ways to do that, and I think it is all about how it gets executed. And I don't want to sort of structure something that I think would be, the best approach without really thinking it through with you and other folks to try and get a sense of, what would really work best. And the bottom line is we have to accommodate and create a setting where folks can float a project and get a real sense of, does this have legs? Should we proceed? Or if we do, what information do you need? And that's part of what we need and want to figure out through this process is what is most meaningful, whether we sort of like separate those stages with an initial process and or really pare down the application itself, which has become unwieldy. So to answer your question, yes, Chad.
Yeah, I want to add to that. I mean, there's a complicating factor here, right? We think it's going to save time. It's going to help parties because right? Am I on the right track? Should I full blown apply and work through this? Do I need to rethink it? But it takes time on both ends. We've got limited staff, as y'all know. We say this all the time. It's the reality we have. We're fortunate right now with this cutting the green tape support of additional funds for us to redirect staff and work through it, to think through this a little more than normal. But it also, we recognize that it's time on your end, right? So we want to be careful of the number of steps we might create to undo a big unwieldy step, but we create 10 other steps, which is just more work on your end, our end. So I'm all ears, right? Matt mentioned it. We're all ears on this, on trying to think through it. We've tried this with greenhouse gas a little bit. That was more targeted at why aren't we getting successful projects or projects at all? If you look at the latest round of Prop 1, we're getting hundreds of projects for pittance amount of money if you look at it of what's being requested. So we want to think through this as well, and we'd love some comments or statements, and maybe we should think about that, Matt, at the end of this meeting on how we look for additional information from you all, how you want to submit that to us. I don't know that we need a bunch of formal letters and you all have to coordinate signatures, but I think we're just looking for input. Emails, whatever are fine, but ideas, right? Really ideas on how we could truly do this, but thinking through both sides of the equation, us and you, and the timing it would take, and what really seems to be more efficient, based on remembering that we do still have quite a few requirements under Prop 1 that we have to do. There's things that you may not like and that we may not like, but that the statute requirements are, and we have to deal with that. So we got to think through that, but I'd love more information on that. We've got quite a bit now that we're churning and kind of processing, as we've heard over the years and through the RLC folks. But if you have specific ideas, or maybe other states or other agencies, even in this state, that do this type of thing that might be helpful and we could kind of think about, we're listening for sure.
Yep, absolutely. And Chad mentioned the RLC, who we've been talking about this with them for literally years, and we've talked about it, and it really does come down to how do we execute in a way that really makes it work. We've talked to our sister agencies. WCB has a concept phase approach with some of their grant programs, and we're trying to sort of identify that apples to apples sort of scenario for our grant program and what we're trying to do. And very recently, we've been engaged with a subset of the RLC to talk about this specific topic. So I would invite you, Catherine, and other folks who want to be part of that conversation to follow up with me, because the next step is for us to circle back and really nail down a workable approach, as Chad mentioned. So I would invite you to be part of that discussion and reach out to me. Okay, the next question from Travis again. We are both a private sector habitat implementation company and a fee title landowner, and we would like to work directly with NRCS to bring projects forward as experts in implementing these types of projects. And I say that sounds great. So we need to figure out how to do that with our grant program, if that's what you're getting at. And I think that kind of goes back to that sort of logistical piece of ineligible grantees and how we sort of blend our worlds. So Travis, if you want to follow up, and we can talk more about that offline if it makes sense, if I'm not understanding your question, but I'd love to talk more about that. let's see, the next question from Allison Whipple. Would you be able to speak further about specific priorities or needs with regard to implementing a watershed scale approach to restoration? I would open that up. I don't want to tell you about, what I think and what my ideas are. I think what we have seen historically is a shotgun blast approach with a statewide eligibility list of priorities and allowing or enabling projects to go forward in disparate watersheds, doing different things. And I think what we're really talking about here is to focus on specific watersheds and do something that creates a world where these projects are sort of leveraging each other and building upon previous success.
Maybe before John jumps in, I can give an example like we're trying to do in some of the other Prop 1 arena, where we have funded projects that are doing this. We've funded projects that are planning projects that really are going out to do that planning, and therefore identifying what projects should come in line first, how should they be phased, what should we do. So really that watershed scale, they're doing the planning of the watershed. We're funding them to go look at that. Then you kind of go in sequence, right? We've now got this plan, we've identified very, very much like sharp packed stuff in that sort of scale. So I think it takes, us sitting down with partners and saying, hey, we want to go in this watershed, getting the right people involved, figuring out how to fund that actual design, understanding, etc., which then creates the projects in a phased approach or a targeted approach on a even more specific scale than we're talking about here. And I think that's the point. We'd like to get to that, so that when we get a project, it is in line, it makes sense, it's timely, the partners are committed, and we're funding something that everybody's like, yeah, this is the right thing to do. John, I don't know if you have more.
I just want to say, that's kind of the foundation of the genesis of the North Coast Salmon Project, and specifically the staff and their tasks were to jump into these watersheds to specifically look at and work with our partners, our agency partners, our non-governmental agency partners, the stakeholders, the landowners across the landscape to help better understand what's needed in these watersheds, and then work through a potential prioritization process based on the documentation that's been out there in the federal and state recovery plans, and through actions that have been refined and recommended in PACT, and now the SHARP process that you mentioned, Chad. So I think we are on the steps towards that. I think as we continue to move through and develop specifically the SHARP type watershed specific things, it will help look at the whole watershed in scale and figure out where the best places to focus on priorities or restoration are, and help identify what project types those might be, right? Now, there's a lot of other literature out there that talks globally about watershed scale approaches and helping and having science help, use that, and the evaluation that we've been talking about, the monitoring, the post monitoring of projects to look at the efficacy. Okay, so we did all this work, but did it help? We need to be focusing more on that as well and putting more funds into that so we know what restoration is effective, so we can take that and emulate it across the landscape and hope that it get the most bang for our buck. And that's really kind of that idea of a watershed scale approach.
Thank you, both of you. Okay. So before I move on, I know there's a lot of folks on the phone, and I want to make sure we give them a chance to chime in, and you should have the ability to unmute yourselves. So is there anyone on the phone who has a question and would like to jump in? Hopefully you can unmute.
Yeah, Matt, this is Monty Schmidt from TNC. You're getting close to the one of the questions that I posted. So I would just ask that question, but I don't want to, I can wait too if you're going to go back to that list.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I'm going to go back to the list, but I'm just hoping folks are unable to unmute if they need to. Okay. Okie doke. Well, yeah, let's move on and we'll circle back. Just catching up to my list here. Yeah, and then the next question from Steve Rodriguez was back to that theme around sustaining longer term efforts for monitoring tied to permitting. And yeah, Steve, we're considering that and looking at what we can do. And I think that's something we need to kind of work through. So Monty, let's get into your question. The North Coast Salmon Project and SHARP both highlight the need to establish regional efforts that can sustain the long-term effort it will take to implement identified actions in priority watersheds and achieve the measurable benefits that are intended by this pilot. Could these funds be used to establish and sustain for a limited time coordination of implementation of SHARP plans, priority restoration actions? So what would that look like, Monty? That when you that coordination that you'd like to sustain, what does that look like in your mind and this idea?
You know, honestly, I was hoping that you folks might have an idea, not to throw it back at you, but you know, this is a pilot, and I would agree that this theme that you know, like with SHARP and with just even these regional planning efforts, you've brought people together to talk about what's needed, and you've created, you know, regional groups, informal or more, you know, recognized. And you know, I think that that's a force. I think that you find project partners when you sit together. You know, find ways to do things that might not occur otherwise if you're going, if organizations are going it alone. I think there's synergy in that. I think also, you know, it's going to take a long time to achieve recovery. We all know that it's gonna, and so I think that assistance with coordination and prioritization and support for each other is part of what it's going to take to get the job done. And I think your test, again, this is a pilot that's sort of testing, I think, somewhat that notion. And so what would that look like to you folks if you were looking to see 2 years from now some sort of coordinated effort? And if so, you know, how would you see facilitating that with some of these funds?
Right. And I think that kind of ties back to what Chad touched upon earlier as how we, you know, look at the sideboards of Prop 1 and what we've set up with planning projects, implementation projects, and what we've sort of deemed allowable or eligible activities within those projects. And the focus, you know, has and is really on restoration tasks related to eventually putting shovels in the ground, as opposed to standalone studies or monitoring projects or planning and coordination efforts. And I think this is you know, potentially another opportunity to kind of do what Chad mentioned around, you know, is there a way that we can sort of push ourselves closer to that edge of what is considered eligible within Prop 1 to move the needle on a lot of what we're talking about, and doing worthwhile work that maybe isn't a black and white sort of example of restoration or planning for restoration, but more sort of going deeper into sort of concept and coordination development. And maybe that's kind of what, you know, you're getting at. And you know, I think that's something we need to sort of consider, similar to what we've done in years past with Prop 1, in terms of not just looking at planning projects that are going to do CEQA and permitting for a specific project that's ready to go, but what needs to happen for that project to really kind of come together as a concept that has buy-in from the stakeholders and from the department and other folks that matter, to really sort of flesh out a concept before we just get into, you know, designs and permitting. I don't know. Chad, does that seem kind of in that category?
Yeah, I think I might have an additional response, but I'll let John chime in. I think John maybe wanted to add.
Yeah, I guess I was going to say specifically for the SHARP efforts that we're doing, those are led by department and NIMS staff, right? Those are the foundation that help move this forward. And then there are the community and the NGOs and all the other partners that participate in that process. So Monty, I guess my follow-up question to you would be, are you looking to establish some kind of fund or grant that could support the partners to be able to continue to participate in that effort? Because currently they're or lead it, right? I don't know what that looks like specifically in a grant in this process. I guess we could explore that. But I just wanted to confirm if that was kind of where you were thinking the funding could support it, so these partners could continually either participate or maybe help run an effort.
I mean, I think it goes to it may depend on the different regions. I recognize that you folks are, you have limited time and resource availability. And I think to some degree, it's important to have folks who, the local groups on the ground playing a leadership role, not necessarily have to be the leads. Right. But it would, by having some sort of coordinator for a region, for example, that could alleviate some of the resource constraints on the department. It creates more local buy-in, and and ultimately maybe helps foster the kind of collaborative effort that can carry on with less and less assistance from the department. Just for example.
Yeah. Monty, if I read it right, or maybe some tone to that, it's akin to like a water master or a restoration master, if you would. And is there a way to fund like an RCD or somebody that would be the champion on a more local level that continues these efforts, moves forward, that moves them through, is a liaison from state agencies to others to help really spearhead and create continuity in a watershed, not just for the one project that comes through, but the 2, 3, 4, 5 that we would hope over the years. And I think it's a worthy concept if that's generally in some arena that you're thinking. I think it's something we should think about. I think whether that can be done, through the department restructuring our efforts and championing a staff or two that leads those, whether that's done more locally and we could figure out a way to create a grant that funds that type of an effort tied to the planning and watershed scale kind of conversation we were having earlier. But I think it's a worthy point for us to continue to explore and think through for sure. And whether we could craft an allowance in the PSN to help identify those and potentially fund them.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, Monty, I don't know if we fully answered that, but I think that speaks to, an example of something we need to sort of continue on and put on the list of things we sort of work through. We have a hand raised from one of our participants, John Green. It looks like you have your hand raised. Do you want to ask a question?
It's actually just a comment on what Monty was talking about. I think that there's a pretty good model for that approach that we've established with the Russian River Coho partnership. And, what we're always looking for is the types of project development and planning funding that you can't easily put into an implementation or planning grant. So for the partnership, we were able to get 10 years worth of funding from NIFWIF that covered all those costs for several organizations. And so we had a much more coordinated approach to developing water conservation and streamflow enhancement projects. We were able to get a lot of work done on the ground. So I think that's a good model for what Monty's talking about. And, to go a little bit beyond that, I think what we'd really like to see in the partnership is more of a collaborative approach with the agencies, with DFW and NOAA, in actually identifying, the priorities and developing the projects from the ground up.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. I'm realizing that we're a good hour and 40 minutes into this, and I just want to stop and acknowledge and thank everyone who showed up today, who actually made it today and was able to navigate the various links and getting into the meeting itself, but just participating and giving your time and your energy. Do folks need 5 minutes to stretch their legs and catch their breath? I'm happy to continue, but I'm also mindful that we've been on a while and some of you all might feel a little fatigued. So if that's something we think we should do, happy to do it.
Any verbal comments instead of putting it in the, or suggestions? I mean, I kind of feel like, Matt, I'm looking through, there's quite a few. I'd ask folks if they need to step out real quick and take a break to do it. And just in the interest of time, that we might want to keep moving through them so we can try to answer as many as we can.
Yeah, that's a good thought. And again, we're recording today's meeting. I've asked Corey to make sure we preserve every written comment that was made today and get it copied and pasted and saved, because I think some of this we're going to spend some more time with. So yeah, definitely don't feel like you're going to miss out on something if you need to step out and return a call or do what you need to do. But we'll go ahead and kind of move forward through these. So I'll jump on the next one here from Matt Clifford. Question about how funding should be allocated between planning and implementation projects, but it might make more sense for me to ask it live. Go ahead, Matt, if you're able to.
Thanks, Matt. So this might be kind of a long question, but I promise I'm going somewhere with it. And it's kind of in the theme of the last couple of questions that you've been talking. You guys have addressed this to some degree, but I'll just go ahead here. So the question I want to ask you, the big picture question is there going to be some like proportion of funding sometimes that to allocate between like this much on planning and this much in implementation, like we see sometimes in grant proposals? And the answer I'm hoping you're going to give is you don't know yet. And just to walk through the logic chain of how I'm thinking about it, I'd say that as I understand it, this purpose of this funding is a targeted solicitation to see if we can move the needle on restoration in some focused, watersheds, focused areas. And for all of these watersheds, we have some kind of screen on there to indicate what the priority project types and locations are within those watersheds. We realize it's not the same everywhere. You've got Sharp in the South Fork, which may be more detailed, Pact is a little uneven, but we've got some kind of screen for priorities. And I'm really hoping that, we take those priorities seriously and try to focus on those. We can talk about that separately, but there's some kind of prioritization. And then you go forward and say, well, okay, so of those project types we've identified as priorities, like what's out there? Are there projects ready to like go and we just need to fund them and get them on the ground? Or are like we at square one where we need to figure out who's even going to do them and kind of how do we put those together? And it's going to be all over the map, right? And so I assume that you don't really know until you kind of like see the lay of the land and kind of what needs to be done in different places. You might need a lot more planning to get those priorities done in some places. Others, like for the large wood projects, to the extent those are necessary, those might come together pretty fast and there's people doing those and you can focus on those. But I assume that there's going to be some kind of mix there. If you look at like where are we at in relation to like what we have to do to get the projects we say we want on the ground. And I know that sometimes there's a temptation just to be kind of driven by whatever comes into the solicitation, right? But I'm hoping that there could be some guidance and looking at those priorities and not necessarily go like say in advance we're gonna go this much towards implementation and this much towards planning, when it might turn out that we actually need a different mix when we actually get down to it. Or in some cases where you've got like a bunch of implementation proposed and we want to do implementation because programs like that, but it's not really in these priority areas. We might need to prioritize some planning for things that actually are more in line with the priorities as we've announced them. And so, I mean, again, there's a long rambling question, but I'm hoping, I know there's certain limits and sideboards like in Prop 1 overall about how much can get spent on planning, but I'm hoping you have some flexibility in this focused solicitation to kind of look at those things and kind of, pay some respect to the overall grand strategy in that way. So that's a lot of rambling. And partially, I just kind of want to raise some questions more than expect you to answer them, but any thoughts on that? And maybe the answer is 10% planning and the rest is implementation.
Yeah,
I don't know, but yeah.
Thank you, Matt. No, that totally makes sense. I thought you were going to say the rambling was part of the theme because of me, but we do not have a preconceived split of this is how much we're going to spend on implementation and planning. And I think that's a fair comment of, you know, how we might look at a list of projects and say, ooh, let's focus on shovel ready. And to your point, how do we really consider the best in terms of, you know, overall long-term benefit that might include projects that aren't implementation ready. So we're not going in with a predetermined mindset of this is how much we want to spend in each priority, which I know is also on folks' minds of we're going to put X amount or X percentage into one watershed, or how much we look at planning and implementation or acquisition. And I think that, you know, I've been anticipating sort of a question and sort of asking it myself, and for folks who've been, you know, involved with our Prop 1 grant programs. We have, you know, the planning category and the implementation category, and the two are tied together in the sense that planning is for projects that really don't cross that demarcation of CEQA. And really the intent of having a planning category is avoiding a scenario where we've awarded and funded a project that maybe CEQA gets stalled or it's just on hold and you have sort of a stranded project. And it allows us to better sort of try and control what's in play at a given time and not sort of commit and hope that this project's going to go forward that's really designed as an implementation project, but certain things need to happen and there's no sort of ultimate control or promise that, you know, CEQA is going to get done. And I think, and I might get in trouble here, but I think this is an opportunity to sort of talk about how we treat those two categories. To sort of better possibly accommodate projects that maybe are sort of straddling or looking at scenarios where, you know, normally we would separate these two projects into planning and implementation, but maybe there's a reason to revisit that. What does that split look like? What does that cutoff look like? And how do we look at planning and implementation as sort of two categories that might intersect better?
Yeah, Matt, let me just jump in. I think I think you're right. So there's no decision that's been made yet. I think the input from folks is what we're seeking. I think it's super fair, and this leans right into the conversation about, you know, pre-project consultation, some kind of pre-application process or whatnot to really understand the lay of the land. If you were ever to make any decisions about, you know, percentage split between planning and implementation, et cetera. So I don't think there's nothing been decided yet. We're welcome to comments. I think we're more about getting the right projects funded at the right time and helping to do that. And we recognize, obviously, we need to have planning. There's just a phased process in how this goes. So That's absolutely true. And we're here to also talk about that and think about that. And that's the whole point of the North Coast Salmon Project, and those folks and the efforts that are there are trying to outline, you know, what is the roadmap for us so that parties can start getting on that road wherever they are in that point in time in that watershed. And I think that gets to John's question, which is next. You know, is the allocation of funding going to be for each watershed, or is it all together? And again, right now, nothing's been decided. You know, typical Prop 1 and our funding it's competitive, and it's been this shotgun, as Matt mentioned. We've already focused down from the state to these 4 watersheds as somewhat of a prioritization, and we're trying to refine that a little bit more. But we're not intending at this point. You know, we haven't really contemplated or decided whether we're going to put, you know, 2 million of this 15 in this watershed and 3 in this one and that one. Again, I think it's more important to recognize that we've focused down to try and double down on this effort, put some of our tools in play, and really get at what's needed in the watersheds based on priorities that have been identified. And if they're ready today, let's get them funded today. And, you know, I'd love to see a mix, because both we need implementation. That's super important, right? We want to see on the ground, get it done. But we also have a huge effort right now going on with permitting and streamlining the applications and understanding that. And the permitting realm is more in the planning phases. we want to really make sure that the tools we're creating fit within those needs. And if we don't have a subset of projects here that are really trying to utilize those tools, we may not be successful in the end to really be able to determine how well we're making changes and whether they're, beneficial. So we really want to have, our arms wide open on acceptance of projects and types as we move forward. But we're obviously here to hear what you have to say about some of the things that are going on in these watersheds and what your ideas are for projects, whether it's implementation or planning.
For sure. Yeah, for sure, Matt. And I think maybe within that question too was, maybe what you're getting at is even within implementation, as we're looking at proposals, and you might have projects that are more quote unquote shovel ready, and we've historically really considered readiness year to year because we need to be able to kind of hit the ground running with these projects. And I think it's a fair concern or observation that we're going into a very finite area with $15 million, with the assumption that there's $50 million worth of projects ready to go. And what does that ready to go look like maybe? And do we need to sort of revisit sort of that readiness question and be fair that, we're coming in and looking to sort of fill out this list of projects and need to sort of consider that it's a lot to pull together. And maybe that's kind of what you're getting at as well.
Yeah, I think that's right. And thanks for those answers. That's really thoughtful. And I hope it gives more chance to kind of talk this through, because I think these are the really important questions. But yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Matt. And John, Chad touched upon your follow-up question, and yeah, about funding and priority watersheds and not competing against each other. We don't want to go in with a predetermined idea. And there is no cost share requirement in Prop 1. We typically, treat projects that have cost share with possibly some preference, but there's not a hard requirement there. And then a somewhat related question around monitoring fish populations to test the hypothesis of the North Coast Salmon Project without availability of funding for programs like the Mendocino Coast Population Monitoring Program. And from my answer to Jay, it sounds like those projects would not be eligible for funding. And so yes, we can't fund a standalone monitoring project through Prop 1. That effort could complement an existing sort of planning or implementation project, but I know that's not what you're getting at. In terms of our plans for supporting this work through the North Coast Salmon Project, John, you look like you're ready to answer.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the need for funding to implement long-term monitoring of our populations is very important. And it shifted over the landscape, and we stood up a lot of monitoring programs within FRGP, and it's been challenging to keep those going in a competitive bid world. And so those funds a couple of years were pulled out, and there are limited funds that have been redistributed to some projects that went offline and are being evaluated for projects that are going to continue to go offline and try to keep those going. We're doing our best to prioritize and spread those monies out along the different projects that are currently going. But we do recognize that some of those projects, unless we get more funding outside of what we get from PCSRF, will likely go offline. There are no funds directly associated or available through the Sustainability Funding BCP for the North Coast Salmon Project, and so monitoring efforts will not be a part of the North Coast Salmon Project at this time.
Thanks, John. The next question is around prevailing wage requirements within Prop 1 grants. That is, really tied to, a couple topics, how we treat and look at subcontractors and requirements for projects that we support abiding by labor code law. And we do discuss that topic in our guidelines, and that's really a requirement that does not disappear with our grant funding. We don't have the ability to sort of exempt projects from labor law. So those things like prevailing wage are the onus of that compliance is on our grantees and the subcontractors to determine the applicability. So I hope that answers the question, but if not, you can follow up with me offline. Next question. The department folks have already acknowledged this is a pilot focused on one region and one species. Being optimistic about cutting the green tape program success, there is truly statewide need for many species. Are you planning for this? Eric, absolutely, there is a statewide need, and this is a pilot project, and our desire would be to take the show on the road and continue this effort. And I know Chad has thoughts about this.
I mean, absolutely. That's the intent of this. That's the push. The tools we're talking about developing and working through with grant efficiencies, processing, how we do these solicitations, how we award grants, how we write grants, how we amend grants, how we permit these projects is absolutely on our mind. And the hope is that these are successful and they will continue. That's what we want. We want to be able to apply these throughout the state, roll them over into our other grant programs, roll them into our permitting programs for other projects. But again, truly tied to restoration, right? We're really trying to think here with our green hats on. Thank you, Travis, that we're really want to be in this restoration world. And so we're focused on that. And as you'll hear in the permitting world, that's where this is. This is the focus is restoration. We want to be able to apply these large scale. We've got to do some trial and error. We've got to have a mix of projects to understand whether these are the right changes at the right time and they're beneficial. So we have to start somewhere. And given there was limited funding, we're taking off. We've got a big bite here that we're trying to take on with all the efforts that we have our staff working on. And I think we are successful in many cases already, and we will continue to be as we move through the rest of this year with our tools that we're developing. But it's absolutely intended to spread out across multiple species and throughout the department on the things that we do regarding restoration.
Here. Let's see, moving on. Can you talk about, John's ready. Can you talk about watershed scale? What HUC order will cutting the green tape solicitation consider for watershed wide restoration? Could project sites within multiple priority HUCs be included in one proposal? So John, you want to kind of tease apart that sort of like HUC North Coast Salmon Project boundary?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're still doing some refinement of the scale, but I think for some watersheds, they lend themselves to a specific HUC unit. So I think like Lagunitas is at a HUC 10 or 12. I'm not quite familiar. So everything within that HUC would be considered. And I think most of the HUCs, there's some scale of HUC that covers most of the watersheds that we're talking about. So I guess I'd need clarity on your question about if you're saying I want to do a project on 3 different watersheds in the Mendocino coast of the 5. Could I do an application that covers multiple HUCs? I think that's possible. I don't think we're leaving it, and we haven't decided yet, but we can have that discussion internally about and take that feedback about what a project looks like. But I don't think we're limiting a proposal to only apply within one HUC. It just needs to be the identified boundaries of the focused watersheds that we're talking about. That's kind of where I'm going with that. Is there any other feedback, Matt, that you have on that?
I don't know, Anna. I don't know if you're able to unmute or if you want to speak more to that.
Yeah, thank you. No, I think you answered my question. I was just curious, like rather than submitting 3 or 4 proposals in one solicitation, if the work was similar enough in scope and was ready to go at the same time and under the same grant term, if multiple sites could be included under one proposal, and could those sites occur in multiple priority watersheds?
I think part of that will depend on, again, project types. So if we are grouping things together by project types, and you're suggesting or applying to do similar project types within multiple watersheds, and there's a nexus between all of them, then I think that's probably something that we'd be able to do. So you're not like, oh, I got to do the same project type here, here, and here. But if there's multiple project types or disparate things that two are in one watershed and only one is in another, we may have to separate at least by project types out. And that's something we'll have to discuss more as the team moves forward in the PSN. But thanks for that feedback.
Yeah, and Anna, I think within that is maybe a question about the process and administration side of filling out and submitting a grant application and having to do that ×3 for different watersheds or different projects, and the sort of work and effort that goes into that. And that kind of runs into the next topic question from Marianne around our ability to retain proposals from previous rounds and put them into a subsequent round. If not, allowing folks to sort of pull forward an existing application, doing sort of a save as of something you've already put in the system that was not funded previously but could be submitted to a follow-up solicitation. And I think those are good, valuable, and reasonable thoughts to have, and it's something we've talked a lot about with the RLC and other folks around the ability to, can we make this a little easier? Of applying every year is an arduous, costly task, and we've done that successfully in FRGP by allowing folks to sort of carry forward previous applications, and I think, you know, specifically, you know, to the idea of bundling projects into an application, it's something, you know, we're certainly open to figuring out. We like to have the ability in our funding decisions to say, if we want to fund one or two of the three that you've submitted, does the application lend itself to us sort of teasing that apart on our own? So that needs to be sort of considered there. And then Marianne, you know, I'm happy to continue and revisit this conversation of how do we consider pulling forward a previous application and sort of navigating the bond accountability process rules in place in terms of a solicitation and set of guidelines under which a proposal was submitted and our ability to sort of pull that forward. And I think we need to kind of look at that and just be real about, you know, what we're asking you to do and the amount of work that it takes. So I think those are great questions to kind of put in the hopper for us to kind of figure out.
Yeah, I think those are great. I know there's a lot of RLC folks on the call today, and I think that's a great one to take back and think through of how could we create a process that does that, staying true to the required solicitation process we have to go through. Whether that means you check a box in the beginning and says, I want to be considered for, and you submit the thing or something. But I think we could think that through. That does save a lot of time and effort on folks. But it also means we have to know what the next round might be, or whether we have solicitations that are simultaneous or whatever. So there's some thinking around that, but I don't think it's impossible for us to figure out a way to do that a little better, because we do get a lot of applications that way overwhelm the amount of dollars we have in any given year. So that's an interesting concept for us to think about and kick around some ideas.
For sure. The next comment is from Mitch Farrow. Hi, Mitch. The current prioritization reflects the recommendations of entities that work in the geographic area. Is there going to be a process for developing priorities for the rest of the North Coast with similar designated chunk of funding? We hope so, Mitch. That kind of depends on a lot of things. We're doing what we're doing as a sort of offshoot of where we are with the North Coast Salmon Project and our ability to do a targeted PSN this year. You know, I think it's fair to say we would love to kind of extend this process to other watersheds and other areas of the state as well. How's that for a non-answer? Next
I guess I got unmuted here.
Matt.
There
you go.
Yeah, I was hoping to hear there was a similar, commitment to all these other important streams in Northern California for this. I guess, the prioritization seems to be set for this geographic area right now, but I think a lot of us recognize there's some very, very, very significant watersheds that are not included in this prioritization process, and kind of begs the question of how is there going to be equity for commitment to those watersheds.
Absolutely, and you're not alone in that sentiment, Mitch, and we've heard a lot from folks leading up to today as we sort of put this out there of why not my watershed, or why not that watershed, and what's next. And I think again, we would love to be able to kind of apply this elsewhere, but remember that we have existing options through the Fisheries Restoration Grant Program and Prop 1 on a statewide basis to address these other watersheds as well.
I think it's also worth noting, if folks didn't recognize, I think we tried to add language in there, but as part of this cutting green tape effort in this year's Prop 1 solicitation, we infused an additional $9 million as part of this effort. So actually we rolled over $24 million, 15 specific for this watershed, and we included $9 million more in the Prop 1 that just closed. So we actually enhanced some money there, recognizing that this effort is larger than just the North Coast here and where we're looking as far as cutting green tape, increased pace and scale, getting more projects on the ground, working through it. So again, as we're building these tools, our hope is that we can expand this out to other areas, and we will be expanding these tools out to other areas. And we're trying to increase the restoration on that front too. While we don't have the prioritized list, we do have our priorities in Prop 1, and it's a similar approach that we've taken over years, but we did try to infuse some more money into it this year, just recognizing recovery from COVID, economic factors, everything that's been playing and going around, and really trying to take this initiative seriously from the department standpoint across the state and in this more specific watersheds.
Thanks, Mitch, for that comment and being part of this. I appreciate that. I'm going to stop again and see if anyone on the phone is chomping at the bit with a question. Make sure we don't overlook folks. Again, hopefully you're able to unmute yourselves, which I'm realizing might be hard with a keypad. So.
Hey, Matt, this is John Nelson. I think what you're asking too are people who don't have access to the chat, or who haven't already put a question in the chat that we're going to get to ask a question because they're on their phone and they don't have access to the chat. That's really what we're looking for, because we do intend to get to everybody's question in the chat, but we're not asking for people to jump up and ask their question again that's already in the chat.
Yes, right. Thank you.
And I'll mention that for those that running on the phone, we're running about an hour behind when the questions were asked. It looks like we have, a handful or more to go still, but we are, from when you first asked if you've had to pop in and out, we're running about an hour behind, which is good. It's great dialogue. I'm happy to see the comments, but just letting folks know we're trying to get to all of you. We still have about an hour left. We're willing to hang on.
Yep.
So please bear with us and stay if you can.
Yeah, this is a good problem to have. I'm so thankful that we have questions and it's not just crickets, which I think speaks to y'all as a group of people who are passionate. So thank you. So we'll move on here. Going back to where I was. Sorry. The next question I think was about acquisitions. Land or conservation easement acquisition was listed as an eligible project type, but you seem to be focusing more on restoration projects. Are you targeting a specific allocation of funding between planning, restoration, or acquisition? Will restoration be prioritized above conservation? So we are considering that there could be acquisition easement projects within these watersheds, and we didn't want to prematurely just throw that project type aside and say we're just going to focus on restoration. I think the answer is we don't know what's out there, and back to kind of what we talked about with Matt Clifford is we're to an extent hoping and waiting to see kind of what comes through the door. And if there is a great acquisition project to complement the rest of the efforts, it's going to get a look along with everything else. And I wouldn't want folks to feel like those projects were sort of at an inherent disadvantage, because we are talking a lot about restoration priorities. And there is a bullet in that priority list about acquisition. But I agree that the theme of what we're talking a lot about is that restoration sort of connected component. But we are considering acquisition and easement projects as well. Let's see. Next question. There may be as much as $1 billion of private sector funding sitting in the California sidelines looking for investments in restoration. Beyond banking, we should brainstorm on how to leverage those funds and implement actual restoration projects. Happy to engage in a stakeholder group if appropriate. $1 billion sounds like a big statement, but I think there's opportunity.
I think there is too, and we're happy to see this. And I think you're gonna, again, seeing in our other permitting world, right? We have things that aren't just banking. We've got RCIS and MCAs coming and things like that for other investors and folks with dollars to help support restoration efforts, conservation, mitigation, et cetera, whatever category you want to fall in. So we're happy to continue those conversations and work with parties that have ideas, not just in the granting world and Matt's shop, but also in Jeff's shop and just the department alike with these types of opportunities. So yes, let's keep that dialogue. It says unknown user, but please use the function here. Send us an email, let's chat, and definitely hopefully you're participating on Tuesday to continue hearing some of the things we're doing and opportunities the department has in the restoration and the permitting kind of world.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, the next question from Peter. We got a lot here, Peter, but I'm gonna kind of work through it. You got two questions. Number one, rigid timeline requirements in the grant solicitation don't always accord with the reality of the project cycle. You can't reasonably apply for Prop 1 implementation funds in the same year that you intend to construct a project, particularly if you're selecting a construction contractor through a competitive bid process. So you have to apply for funding a year ahead of time, but the grant requirement that CEQA be completed a certain date can make this impossible. Often CEQA is completed only a few months prior, which is increasingly the case with cutting the green tape initiatives. Well said, Peter, and I think you put your finger on a common sort of issue that is inherent in this world. Our existing Prop 1 program, we do solicit sort of in advance of funding being available, and that process takes a while, and it takes a lot of time passes between when you submit a proposal, when you might get bids back. Those bids might change, materials might change. CEQA kind of happens concurrently. We try to accommodate that by identifying a CEQA deadline that's after the proposal, but before the award, so we can sort of fold that into the determination. But I think your comment still rings true of this sort of inherent struggle to put something together for consideration that isn't totally together because of constraints beyond your control. And I am more than willing to kind of fold that into this new paradigm and figure out how to do that better. And that's part of what we need to kind of figure out as a group of how are we going to take that time between solicitation and grant agreement and use it most wisely in terms of the application process, the review process, and everything else, and be mindful of the constraints that you face. So that's something we have to figure out more. And my hope is we can pick out some low-hanging fruit with cutting the green tape and try and shorten that window and be more accommodating of implementation projects and and looking at when CEQA might be complete. The next part of that, is there any plan to simplify or streamline the budget templates for grant applications? They can be very difficult to work with for implementation projects. It is extremely difficult to translate an engineer's construction cost estimate into the Prop 1 subcontractor budget template. Construction costs don't translate well, so on and so forth. What you're getting at is something that is, I think, more on the low-hanging fruit side of, we have put forth application templates, including spreadsheets that the applicants need to fill out with all of their information so we can look at it. And that might be one thing for your personnel costs and you as a grantee, but you're dealing with a lot of different subcontractors, and trying to translate what they've given you into our format is arduous, and we need to think about, you know, the efficacy of doing that, of having you sort of crosswalk what you have into our world. And is that what we really need? And I think I will tell you that we've been talking a lot about the budget component of proposals and grant agreements and what works best, what will help us really check that box on bond accountability and being able to withstand an audit. And I know that we need to really rethink and revisit things like different budget formats, whether it's a task-based budget versus a line item, and being more accommodating of the variety of different formats that people work with. So that's a fair and real consideration that we need to make going forward, that is a small part of the process but creates big headaches. So that is something we're thinking about, and will look different in this application, and I think other applications going forward.
Yeah, let me pause there, Matt.
Go ahead.
John Green, your hand is still up. Is that legacy from earlier, or did you have input on one of these questions? Apologize for that.
I didn't see a hand.
Well, I see John. I'm showing John Green's hand is up, but maybe not anymore. Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you for that, Peter. Those are thoughtful and appropriate comments to consider as we work through this. Next week's meeting agenda details link be put into the chat. Yes. Corey, can you put a link to that flyer, and we'll.
It's down at the bottom of the chat now.
Okay.
Yeah.
John. I don't think we have the presentation up yet.
Oh,
yeah, we don't have
the agenda is.
Yeah, just the agenda. I don't think we'll have the presentation ready in advance. I think there's some things we're working out, and we obviously wanted to hear today's conversation to try and make sure we're capturing what's needed or what's missed, or, you know, et cetera. Maybe answer some questions that we hear today and ensure those get captured. So we probably won't have the presentation out ahead of time, but the agenda is up, and thanks for putting that link up, Corey.
Yeah, thank you. And we're gonna double check those links and make sure they work. Let's see, Darren, I've been a proponent and participant in the SF Eel Sharp program. A key limitation to prioritizing restoration is contemporary technical and scientific information. The department needs to prioritize data collection and science conducted to recovery proponents. Do you have plans for providing funding specifically for research and monitoring? Hint, Prop 64. Yeah, Darren, I think you know, that's a good question, but I think you know as well as we do that, you know, with Prop 1 and our other current funding programs, we're not able outside the Delta to fund standalone scientific studies, and it's something we would all like to see more of. Prop 64 is depleted. If the idea was we had existing Prop 64 funds to use, but you know, those sort of sideboards were built into Prop 1. They weren't there for Prop 64, but with subsequent bond acts, those sideboards were clearly added in with Prop 1 and 68. But it's something we should continue to push collectively and try and figure out through future funding initiatives. Next question. I realize the Prop 1 program funding has specific requirements that are different from FRGP. but the recent February request for comments that were addressed to Tim on how to improve the FRGP should be reviewed by this department team. It will surely offer some good suggestions and comments for streamlining and improving results you are striving in the pilot to cut the green tape program. Many of the subject topics are being discussed. Absolutely, Danny, and the FRGP grant program, the Fisheries Restoration Grant Program, is within the same branch that houses Prop 1. Those are both under my branch, and I work with Tim, and Tim is part of cutting the green tape as well. So we are connecting those two worlds. And in FRGP, as a funding statute and sort of a process, has, you know, some different sideboards than what Prop 1 has. There's some overlap there. There's a lot of sharing, but they do have some distinctions, and we do really consider what we're doing in different programs and look for ways to kind of borrow and carry over some of those ideas and best practices. So well noted, Danny. Thank you. The next, oh, that's a fantastic hat. I don't know if that's real or Photoshop, but I want one. Make restoration great again. It's green. Sarah, let me know where to get one. We'll give one out with each grant award. Those are great. Thank you. Recognizing the statewide need to get projects done, are there efficiency actions that don't require a pilot project to test them that could be or are being broadly implemented now?
So I can take some of this, Matt, and yeah. Erica, thanks for the question there. And the answer is yes, right? So because we've started a lot of this conversation early on, from the granting side, Matt, since taking the helm here over the branch, has really started implementing a lot of these already. We're starting these granting efficiencies, if you will, about budgets and flexibility and amendments and streamlining. As an example, for those of you, this is insider, trading insider ball here, but the department had a pretty arduous process for us to approve a grant, not only from the start to finish of just the solicitation process, but the number of hands that a grant would touch in the department just to get it approved. We've completely streamlined that, and all of our Prop 168 greenhouse gas, cannabis, FRGP, those grants, as an example, are now solely handled through Matt's shop. We don't go through 5 different department programs anymore to work that through. We've managed to figure out the processes necessary internally to make those go faster. So we are seeing that already as a way to move projects faster. Those of you that have been involved in FRGP, a while ago, FRGP underwent a Lean Six Sigma process to really try and streamline that granting process and understand that. And we're trying our best to hold ourselves accountable to what we learned through that and really create more efficiencies internally to handle that. So that is happening. On the permitting side, we're exploring on some of these options. And right now, as you're going to hear next week, you're going to hear about some of these. They are pilots because we're trying to tackle, CISA from a different lens than we have of a standard 2081B ITP, which many of you are familiar with. We're starting conversations on 1600. And so, yes, I think we are applying those and we are working through it. Again, as I mentioned earlier, some of this will just take time. I mean, Erica, I appreciate your efforts with the Water Board on their long-term project in the CEQA realm, where we're trying to really get our hands on streamlining CEQA. So it's a case of we're doing some things now and we're trying it and we're actually taking some projects and applying these tools under the pilot, under a little bit of a stretch of that umbrella in the pilot, but also really thinking about how do we invest the staff and resources we have right now, which may not totally result in a today change, but will absolutely set up a tomorrow change. And because we have this opportunity with limited funding, that has really been the focus of do as much as we can now, but really don't waste the effort that we have within the department and the funding we got to just do something that's only going to help today. Let's think about the long term and let's think about the near term. Additionally, we didn't cover this too much, but part of our granting and understanding amendments is y'all have seen a lot of surveys. You've been really helpful in providing input to those surveys, whether it's through the Resource Agency and Landscape Stewardship Network's efforts, RLC, other efforts, FRGP. We've had surveys and questions and things. And one of our strike teams is taken about 300 grants. They went and reviewed about 300 grants to try and parse out, why do grants take so long? What causes us to need amendments? What causes us to then delay the project? And so we're really trying to think through how and what those issues are and how we can resolve them earlier. How can we set ourselves up so that we're not doing that, or that we're more flexible to allow grants to be amended more easily and not go through the process it typically takes. So those are kind of the behind the scene things that are really hard to articulate or share with you all. And the hope is, it sounds kind of corny, but the hope is like, we'll just see the result, right? Like, trust us, if you will. We're working on these things, but the goal is to get there. So it is cognizant on us. And again, in that update from January, we talk a lot about the things we're doing and that we're moving towards, that really we're hoping to apply now, as you say, Erica, that really will get it moving now, get things moving now where we can, but also set ourselves up for the long-term adventure of that this will be permanent, and there's a commitment here to keep it going. Absolutely. I don't know if you have more, if Steve or anyone can unmute, but again, there's a lot on this in the permitting side, which is, as we know, a big hurdle. Yeah. Although we're not the only parties, right? So there is that conversation about, this is the department, and we're doing what we can, and we're trying to tackle what we can. We recognize there's a lot of parties when a restoration project gets going that need to be on board. And part of what I'd like to hear from you all, and what we are hearing, is also that coordination with other parties, not just the department and you. It's the department and you and the water board. It's the department and you and NOAA and Fish and Wildlife Service and et cetera. I mean, it's the core. It's all the above, right? There's lots of models out there where people have been trying to tackle this, and we're trying to build on those and incorporate that as best we can. But really, the first step for us was to make sure that we've got our house in order and that we're doing the right things that we can from our side, and then trying to build out from there how that incorporates other parties, make sure that it's in line with what we do, but also maybe model the way so that other parties can see what we're able to do, and they can bend and flex to the things we've been able to achieve to then create greater consistency and greater efficiencies across all the things that restoration touches and all the agencies you have to go through to get a project done. So that's the hope. And we are definitely trying to implement some things now, for sure.
Absolutely. And Chad said it all. And I just, I'll give an example, but I also want to talk about two horrible things that happened last year that have created opportunity going forward, the pandemic and the wildfires. That changed the conversation around what is reasonable to get done and make life easier on the state side. Things like electronic signatures, digital processing of invoices to the state controller's office to get a check cut. Those things we didn't, but rocks were moved because of COVID. We can't mess around anymore. We have to simply make it easier and more efficient. And we've talked a lot about that internally. Secretary Crowfoot talked about it at a bond coordination meeting that, we have to strike while the iron is hot and go back to our control agencies and demand that we push, because we know we can do things easier if we give ourselves permission to. And those things really clarified and streamlined that process. And we're trying to take advantage of opportunities that come about and look for new ways to simply implement some of these changes. And a lot of it is considered through the lens of audits, and when these projects get audited, and how are we protecting ourselves. And so much of what we allow ourselves to do is in our guidelines. And we have struggled over the years with amendments, and they take time, and limited budget flexibility and a project needing to stop while an amendment is processed so you can move money from one line item to the other to proceed. We're changing that. We're changing our guidelines. We're changing our language. So every new grant agreement that goes out this year will have increased budget flexibility. So a formal amendment doesn't need to change hands with signatures before you can make a change. I'm hoping that literally reduces our amendment volume by 70% because that makes up a lot of what we do. So we simply need to pull more of these Band-Aids off and you know, move forward and continue the momentum. And you guys help us do that through the RLC and other discussions of just reminding us that we're not totally there yet. So we'll push forward, as Chad mentioned, and you know, you guys will hopefully help us kind of have these conversations to do it in a meaningful way. I don't see any more questions on the chat. And I don't know if folks on the phone are able to unmute themselves. I'm not able to unmute you. I've turned off the restrictions for unmuting, but I honestly don't know if you're able to do that on your end. If you're not and you're trying desperately to unmute as I'm talking, I apologize. We can certainly have a follow-up discussion. We have about a half hour left, and I'm happy to hang around if people want to ask more questions or make it a little more informal. We can do that.
I'll just say that I appreciate all of you that are still here hanging on. I mean, I think we started with about 160 people. This is great turnout. Yeah. I really appreciate it. And again, the conversation isn't done after today. You know, knowing that we need to keep working. We are going to keep working. We're targeting for a solicitation this summer. We're going to take this feedback to our different groups, kind of think through it, hear what we hear on Tuesday about the permitting side of things, think through it, but know that, you know, we do want to get a PSN out. So if you have comments and you have additional information you want to share or questions, you know, time is of the essence for us to continue that dialogue so that we can keep this train moving and try to get some dollars out to y'all. But of course, we don't want to get them out when we're not ready. So let's have more dialogue where we need to try and think through that. Again, back to the questions we had of priorities and additional comments or information you might have, additional approaches to streamlining some of the application process or ideas around that. Please submit those in if you haven't already made comments today. We want to really think through this, and we want to try our best. We won't get it all right first in this first shot, but it's a continued dialogue, and we've got to try some things, and we're willing to do it, and we have the ability to do it right now. We've got the willingness of the secretary, of our director, of the executive staff in our department, and all the folks here. There's a lot of our team members on the call today that are hearing this as well. So I just appreciate the comments and statements from all of you and the continued collaboration that we've had and will move forward with. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Chad. Okay.
So Matt, this is Matt over to you again. So I know we're winding up here. There's one other question I would ask if you're still looking for, not to dive back into it here, but on just following up on one of the early answers you gave on prioritization, you know, with PACT versus SHARP, you know, we have a situation where we kind of have different priorities and process, you know, things in place for different watersheds. And I think, you know, the PACT stuff isn't as developed in some place, and the SHARP is maybe more detailed. And I think there was an answer earlier saying that you wouldn't want to discriminate. In other words, the project shouldn't get a leg up because I'm in this watershed where we've got this, you know, really well-defined priority set, and I can check all the boxes and saying I'm a priority, where some other project might not have those just in that watershed. And it seems like important that you wouldn't favor one project over the other, right? Just because that's not something the applicant did. That's just a question of where those processes are at. But in general, if the priorities, would it be fair to say, or are you guys thinking that whatever is in place for that watershed, only general kind of priority set for, you know, San Gregorio or someplace, you're gonna fare better in this process if you can check those boxes, if you meet the priorities versus a project that doesn't for whatever reason, like as a different project type or a different location? I mean, that makes sense, right? And the answer earlier, I wasn't quite sure about that second, because it seems important. Like you should get some kind of leg up for meeting, the priorities, whatever they are, such as they exist in the, right.
Yeah, man. I think it's fair to think that, generally we really would like for these projects to check boxes on recovery actions, on specific actions identified in a recovery plan. And we don't know what we're going to get until we get it. And I think, we have to be real about looking at the suite of what we ultimately decide to fund, and how we sort of compare projects to each other, or try and instill some equity across the 4 watersheds. And I think it's, there's a number of factors, and I don't think, based on my experience in these, selection processes, that there's one sort of thing that becomes sort of the linchpin in whether or not, one project goes forward ahead of another. I think there's, a lot of considerations in terms of, trying to have some sort of equity, and does this mosaic of projects, add up to what we have available, and sort of represent and complement and kind of leverage each other. So I think it's kind of all those things, but I do, hope that we can, continue to acknowledge that, different watersheds have different sort of levels of tools available, and we're going to need to sort of think beyond that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have time, and folks, you don't feel like you need to stick it out till the bitter end, but we're happy to be here. My schedule is clear, so if you want to kind of chat more, and circle back to other topics, or if it's something very specific to your world or your project, we can do that too. No, everything's on the table.
Hi, Matt. This is Darren.
Hey, Darren.
So could you or Chad explain a little bit more deeply what it means to have your department strike teams available to assist with permitting? What do those strike teams look like, and how do we engage with them within our regions and programs? I think it's a great idea. I've heard a bit of resistance from local, your department, regional folks, but that could be overcome, but, having teams available to help us work through the best strategies for regulatory compliance is a really good way to go, I think, but I don't understand how you're strategizing that.
Yeah, I'll take that, Matt. So thanks, Darren. You've been heavily involved in this process from the beginning of us getting here, and the original intent with our proposed budget back in January, prior to the COVID world hitting, and what was funded was some dedicated staff and a full-time, permanent funding on this, where we had envisioned strike teams, if you will, and dedicated staff to support these efforts. And a little bit of a shift had to happen when the funding became one time and we had to redirect staff. So right now we have staff available. If you have specific granting projects or that have grant questions or permitting questions, you can bring those up to our group, or we can put you in touch with the right people in the regions that are working on those projects and are part of this redirected effort to specifically work through that, if it's not just regular permitting folks that we have in the department that can help. Our intent and hope is that we can get some long-term funding where these staff would be dedicated to this, and we really start to blend our staff to where they wear all of the hats. They wear a grant coordinator hat and they wear a permit hat, and we're basically working with all of you with one or maybe two identified staff that are dedicated to the projects you're working on. Right now, it's kind of a hodgepodge of staff that have a day job or have been redirected here because it's an important effort for us and they're trying their best to help out. So the strike teams we've created right now are more focused on each of these different efforts that I mentioned earlier. We have a group of people that are working on, developing the HREA ledge report that I think just got released. We had a group of people working on a Prop 1 report. We have a group of people working on the permitting side, which you'll hear about tomorrow, and there'll be several of our staff presenting in that arena. They're working on the RCIS, the landscape conservation, the CEQA component, et cetera. So the strike teams got more internally focused. They're available, and they are working with certain parties that are being tested for some of these pilot tools and things we're working on more of a specific and individualized basis. But they are available to help. So if we have questions and things that you all are working through right now, we're absolutely available to assess some of that out, talk with us, and try to, unkink what might be all boggled up with whatever you guys are working on. The intent is to have that ability long term, right? In the department, in a more specific role for our staff that aren't in their normal seats. And we have this more consolidated and collaborative approach to how we take this on. But in the short term of where we're at right now, the strike teams are really just working more independently on these projects and in these different arenas. And in many cases, these staff are working in 2 or 3 of the different strike teams, but because it makes sense based on their expertise and where they're working generally in the department. But if you have questions, then please don't hesitate to reach out to us and we can try to help you with that, or any of the folks on the call. If you have specific things that you're working on now and are hung up, or we need to think about where we're at in that project or where you are, we can definitely take that on. But right now, the strike teams, as it's designed, have really just been focused in these different arenas to really build the tools and do the analysis we need to create the short-term successes and then those long-term efforts that we've been discussing.
Okay.
Does that help? Kinda?
Yeah, that's helpful. I'll reach out to y'all and see where you can help me.
Appreciate it. Definitely. If you have, so again, on Tuesday, specifically if it's permitting stuff, we're going to have a really good group of folks on the call on Tuesday, and there's a Q&A session in there as well. So if you have some specific questions, get them prepared, bring them Tuesday, and after you hear kind of the things we're doing, I think we're even going to walk through some examples of the tools we're creating and how they would apply and work through and help people understand what door you should go through when, if you have a project and thinking about, hey, what permits do I need or I might need, or how does this, work? We're going to try to tackle all of that on Tuesday as our commitment to help really untangle some of the confusion and provide some clarity, and then just discuss, the things that we're thinking about that we hope will streamline efforts on both ends, ours and yours, and make our staff more available. As you know, much of our time is not afforded to be able to do what we'd love to do, which is pre-project consultation, right? We really want to work with folks ahead of time, get in front of it so that when you actually submit applications, we're ready to process those, meet statutory timelines, and get you a permit. But that really is contingent on us being able to have that conversation with you, that dialogue, and set all of that up. And so the hope is that we can dedicate some staff time to it under a different funding source, through the state and hopefully maybe a general fund source or something that gives us that flexibility to where our staff aren't stuck where they normally are, which is, I'm funded by this dedicated fund source. I'm not allowed to work on anything but that, because the minute we do, we get audited or somebody files a whistleblower or complains that the staff is inappropriate or the department is inappropriately spending funds because I'm industry or I'm development and I'm paying my fees for these permits or these types of processes, and I'm being put on the back burner for somebody over here that's, not paying a fee at all. And that's what we struggle with internally daily on how to manage staff resources and the dollars that we have to really expend within the department.
Thanks, Chad. I think you guys are doing a great job, and I appreciate, your openness to this kind of dialogue. It's really great for us. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Darren. Okay. Anyone else out there have something to throw away or something you want to talk about? I think it's winding down. Okay. Well, listen. Thank you for hanging on till the bitter end and being a part of this and giving us so much feedback to work with. As I mentioned, we will make a copy of this presentation available along with a recording of today's meeting. Chris Jaster, did you just raise your hand? See a hand raised there. Looks like Chris Jaster. Maybe that was an accident. Okay.
All right.
Well, thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it, and we'll follow up, and please feel free to reach out with any other questions or comments, and we'll call it. Thanks everyone. Take care. Have a good weekend.